Golf 8 cross 18 left over ground 1742, you all connect. Cross 18 left at Whiskey Mike and Foxtrot Alpha ground 65 right now. Alpha 3450, get in, forward, get in. Alright, departure to Alpha 3450. Echo Alpha, Ultra 1 left, that's a door issue, and we'll type in the one for 1 inch left, that would be fine. Whiskey 5239, Whiskey inbound 1 inch.
It's raining out, so I'm battening down the hatches. Stand by.
Cross 18 left on Whiskey Fox, left on Echo,
Hello, am I on the air? Yes, I'm on the air. Okay, so here's the situation. We got just about all set up, and it looked threatening, but I was looking at the radar and I thought, it's gonna be some clouds and nothing will happen. But it has started raining, and so we got all the equipment covered up now, and I think we'll be good to go once the rain abates, but I don't know how long we're gonna have to wait. It's not a heavy rain right now, just kind of a shower. And so if you can bear with us, we'll just stick with our camera on top of the car until we get a better reading on how long the rain is going to go. So enjoy the music, chat amongst yourselves, and we'll be back with you I'll be back with you as soon as we get this nasty rain out of the way. Thanks for watching Runway DFW on this Monday, May 5th.
Club 20 is left, take off, take short on Club 25 by 2590.
Well, I'm back. As you can see, we've uncovered our main camera. Our secondary camera is still under wraps. But we'll try to proceed here, and if the rain abates, we'll uncover our other camera and have a full show for you on Runway DFW. All right, I think I will dispense with all the musical accompaniment. Our iPad is still under wraps here. But welcome to, let me turn that down, hold on. Stand by. I've just been demoistening all of our gear, and I think it all worked out. Now I've got to get my phone out so we can see what is happening. I can tell you what the situation is here at the big airport. We're here at DFW on Monday night. Usually we're here on Tuesday nights, but because of the weather the rest of the week, I thought, well, we'll try it on a Monday. So here we are, and well, we've missed some stuff already, but we'll try to make up for it as we go along. Now, let me get this camera unlocked. I think, if it focuses, out of focus. Turn our camera off. Turn our camera on again. Our main camera didn't seem to have lost focus in the raininess. I think we've got it back now, but okay. But we missed a plane coming in. So please excuse our I know it hasn't been doesn't seem very organized, does it? Let's see. Well, American Flight 80 going to London Heathrow is a 777. Very good chance it's going to make a turn here and go over to the east side. Just our luck. But we do have something we haven't seen. I haven't seen here in an age. And by an age, I mean, I don't know if I've seen this here this year yet. It's a UPS 747. And in addition to that, quad jet. If we can pan over here, we've got not one, but two UPS tri-jets, MD-11s. So hopefully we've got some good cargo action for you come this evening. Got a United, Airbus A319. It's going to Houston Intercontinental George Bush World Airport. That's a 21-year-old A319. One thing I can't do right now, let's see. Can I do this? I know I haven't acknowledged any of your messages yet. Let's see if I can follow this along, if I can unlock everything on my tripod. Aside from the rain, it's a pleasant evening here, a little cooler than last time we were here with you. There's our first dispatch of the evening. And tapping me on the shoulder here is Texas Girl. Hello, Texas Girl. She was here and she disappeared into her vehicle, but she has alerted me that in our sights now is an Atlas Air 747. Look at that. This is Flight 812. It's going to what appears to be Lima, Peru. It's a 747-400, a 19-year-old example of that great aircraft. And that livery is looking particularly nice in this kind of rain-soaked weather. It's waiting for permission to cross 18 right, which it now has received. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen a cargo go to Lima, Peru from here. Who knows what we're going to see? We're not usually here on a Monday. We're usually here on a Tuesday. And my recollection is the last time we were here on a Monday was kind of slow going. So maybe things have changed. Hope you're doing well on this Monday evening. We were last with you on Sunday from this very same spot. I'm sorry, Saturday from this very same spot. Very pleasant day then. So I think because of the distance of this upcoming flight, it's going to drive up here a little closer to where we all are, so get a little better look at it. Trip to Lima, 3,300 miles. And again, because my main computer is kind of covered up right now, I can't acknowledge your messages. So please excuse me for that. I did see a super chat earlier, and I was able to acknowledge that by text, text message here. But yeah. When is it coming in? Okay. Texas Girl informing me that we've got another American Airlines flight coming in from London in about 42 minutes. American currently, last I checked, American has 5 daily flights. I guess 10 if you count the round trips, but 5 round trip flights between here and London Heathrow. So yes, Gary, that is a 747. Let's watch it turn. You can imagine turning one of those things? I mean, any airplane, but one that big. Oof.
Ground 47.
So we can only imagine, based upon, we don't know what the cargo load is here, but because it's going to South America on a long run, we imagine it might spend a little time on the runway before rotation. I have a backup way of displaying your messages, but they don't, they're not sized correctly. Michael Jennings says, good evening, everyone. Beautiful 747. It is indeed. Any night with a 747 in our sights is a good one, as far as I'm concerned. And we've got two of them here tonight, this one and a UPS 747.
Is that the water coming off the engines? Is that the water from the
I'm boy 3005, right?
Runway 3805, thanks. You'll be after this 737.
Thank you.
American 2639, traffic control this position at Whiskey 11 crossing and lane left, heading ground 45.
Whiskey, get ground 25, ground 25, on.
American 2740, position crossing and lane left, bridge, heading ground 0.65. American 3319, traffic holding in position crossing and lane left, the off bridge, heading ground 0.65. Thank you for your help.
Cross 20 left, Alpha, switch ground, there, 339.
Giant 812, heading today, departure 125, 112, good night.
Well, let's see if we can uncover our other camera. The one with the poncho on it. And we'll use that camera to give you a look at the evening sky here. Yeah, I gotta shake this out so I don't want to get you wet. Huh?
When's the first time I got wet?
Yeah, so I'm shaking out our rain covers. So they'll be ready the next time we need them. Hopefully not tonight. Hang on, I gotta go off mic and pop this back in my car. Be right back with you. All right, I acknowledge that this has been so far not our best effort, but let's see if we can improve things from here on in. Let me uncover our computer where we can chat with you, or at least post your chats on here.
So I'll push out of 18 left. Verify onboard 41 level 59
So just leave this clamped on here in case we'll need it later. Okay, let me see if this works. Okay, that works. I'm just checking our ability to post your messages.
Tower on board, 3577 visual, 1 erect.
Oh, I understand. Texas Girl has an early call tomorrow. Well, thank you for coming out. Good to see you.
I did send
I'm still going to catch up, so I will acknowledge that. Thank
I
you.
didn't know if you seen it.
I haven't seen it yet. No, I haven't seen it. Everything's been covered up, so I will get to that. But thank you.
Well, I just wanted to acknowledge that that's a more number.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Have a safe trip. All right, let's see. Is this working?
Runway 1 in there, land number 1 for rank on 2470.
Let me do this. Okay, Texas Girl has provided us with 5 Runway DFW gift memberships. Thank you to her for that. A very generous thing for her to do. And now I think I'm starting to get organized again as far as getting things done here. Okay, let's see, camera 2 is working.
Switching about to see American 2900.
All right. I think things are in place now. I think I can do a show. How long did that delay? Well, we've been kind of off the air for about a half hour here, so I appreciate your patience. All right, let's try our hand at a plane coming in. This will be American Eagle 3577 from Laredo and Embraer 175 on a rain delay edition of Runway DFW. You know, maybe I should have, like, you know, in when they have baseball games that have a rain delay, they just play a replay of a previous game. Nah. It's more fun to watch me struggling to get everything all set. So here comes the flight from Laredo down on the Texas border. It's just an hour and 2-minute flight. Coming in over the shrubbery here at DFW Founders Plaza. It'll be here any moment now, I promise.
Cross 1 is left, which is 0.85 on the other side, right? Only 4111 knots, left, which is 25. Got 1 is left, which is ground 0.8 on board. 25, 1456 knots, left, which is ground 25.
The sky does have some texture to it tonight. Right behind that plane, we will be seeing Frontier Flight 2550 from Denver, an Airbus A321neo, with Carmen the Black Bear on its tail. I think I'm finally getting into the swing of things here. Let's see. There's a bear. Alright, let's see if our messaging works. Game Boy Lyric says, good evening all. Samp says, been pouring in DFW today. That's dedication, Walt. Well, you know, it didn't... Yeah, it was raining earlier in the day. I guess I have to concede. But my analysis, my faulty analysis of the radar indicated that we were going to be clear by the time we fired up tonight. A 737-800 from Omaha, Nebraska is going to be lighting up our picture here in a moment. There it is. Make sure my shower curtain isn't going anywhere. Off to Las Vegas goes American Flight 2243 in Airbus A321. Divert our attention now to an incoming flight from Houston Hobby Airport. You know, I don't know that I've ever seen one of these planes come in from Houston Hobby. It's Sun Country. See that? I always want to go do some laundry. That's flight 8224, 737-800, 14 years old. A beautiful 757 is now in our sights, just to the south of us. It's flight 751 UPS. It's going to Louisville, and it looks like it's going to take off over on this side of the airport.
$19.91.
There you go. a 33-year-old aeroplane.
Crosswind up that Bravo, Fox Alpha behind truck is down 0.5. Departure, we're 2161. 2465, ready for 1 today.
So let me greet Michael Flannery, one of our mods. O'Malley is here with some words of encouragement. Thank you, O'Malley. Well, I thought I saw Anna the dispatcher in there. Brian Henry is stopping by to hit the like and going to fall asleep with y'all in the background. 3 a.m. comes fast. Yikes, yikes, whoop. Majorly annoyed, says I have the stream on the big TV tonight. My wife just walked in and said, the guy talking reminds me of Bob Ross. Very soothing. That is very, you know, you're not the first, or she's not the first person who said that. I don't know, but it's a very nice compliment. So thank you for that. Jeff in Mass is checking into our scene here from Boston. Hello, Jeff in Mass. I do see Anna the dispatcher in there. Hello, Anna. Hans Olav Mork, a channel member, says hello, as does Theo Smaglick. Frank Melendrez says, good evening, Walton Runway DFW family. I'm glad the rain somewhat lifted. Rohit Parkal says, howdy, Walt, with some homemade tandoori chicken. Sounds yummy. I see H. Dot in here. Hello, H. Dot. Oh, Waz Radio. See, I didn't see him earlier. Waz Radio coming to us from Sydney. Thank you, Warren. Always a treat to see you here. Warren, a great supporter of aviation. He hosts a weekly radio show in Sydney and often gives shout outs to people in the plane spotting community.
American 2235, contact departure, good night.
American 2235.
DFW 51, DFW Tower, traffic 4 out, cross, only right of Whiskey Fox.
Gary Mogul says, Walt, have you ever flown yourself? Would love a history advice conversation. Well, if you mean if I've ever flown an airplane, the answer is no. I mean, piloted an airplane, the answer is no. Nor am I really all that interested in that. I just like aviation and flying. My background is in TV news, where I have been toiling since the year 1975.
American 1430, RNAV to B-Park.
RNAV to B-Park, my left, over takeoff, American 1430.
Skyline 6354, DFW Tower, runway left on a point.
Our next departure is American Flight 1430 to the city adjacent to the base, San Francisco.
American 511 DFW time, 118 final voyage converging runway operation.
So perhaps I should re-establish ourselves here. You're watching Runway DFW almost After Dark here. I should switch over to our After Dark motif. The sunset. Oh, sunset has already happened, and it's May Day. No, it's not May Day. It's Cinco de Mayo is what it is. So happy Cinco de Mayo. So American Flight 511 to Calgary is what you see there. It's a 737-800. And it has the American Airlines One World livery. Advertising its alliance with other airlines. Yes, Ascending Dragon 1 says, Feliz Cinco de Mayo. Daring Mogul wants to see if I will be there on I will be here on Mother's Day. Typically I'm not here on Sunday. That is a day that I spend with my grandson and also, of course, our friend Kevin and our friend Rudy are broadcasting that day with their big show from LAX. So I try not to interfere with that. So I don't think I will be out here on Mother's Day. I'll probably be taking my daughter and her son out for a Mother's Day dinner or lunch or something like that. And despite its appearance in our thumbnail today, I don't think we get to see Cathay Pacific going out on a Monday. I think this is not one of its days of service to DFW from Hong Kong. Still waiting for the UPS 757, which always gives us a good show most of the time as far as accelerating into the sky. There you see United Flight 1961, an Airbus A319 that will be going to Denver, Colorado. Jeff in Mass 1 says, loves the One World livery on the American 777. We see that occasionally. Looks like we've got some 757 action for you now. One of those planes we don't see in the passenger configuration here unless it's a sports charter of some kind or a diversion.
left with you on way 349.
GPS 1051 on FTV, Park 1 left for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 1 left, GPS 751.
And away we go.
Approximately 1 left with you, ground 25 on the side. You can handle it.
Back 324, approximately left at Alpha, ground point 65 on top of the bridge. Approximately left at Alpha, 65 on the bridge, American 324. And company off the right over there, thank you. No, the company off the right on golf there, he's going to give way to you.
Okay, the company on the right is looking to way there.
And here goes the United off to the Smile High City. Oh, wait a minute. That's going the wrong way. It may have... it may not be ready to take off yet. I'm going to guess. So it's circling around for another try.
On Aviation Park, 1 left, clear for takeoff on board 3937.
So in its place, American Eagle 3937 to Billings, Montana. Number 175 is headed out. But you know what we're going to get prepared for here is going to be American Flight 81 coming in from London Heathrow, a 777-300ER. We'll be here in about 2 minutes. Meanwhile, I hear...
That's a Laren, 1 left, clear for takeoff on the way 3459.
What we got over here?
1 left, I'm waiting with 3087.
This is a Martinair Cessna Supercargo Master, left Abilene about an hour ago. Coming here to see us.
1993.
A 32-year-old aircraft. That's a third of a century.
Target is American 81 Heavy, we are 18 right, just inside. 1 left mile, clear to land, 18 right American.
All right, let us get set up here to view the mighty 777. Should see it here in about 30 seconds. Please stand by. Pardon me. If I make any, well, I'll tell this story in a minute. So there it is. It ends a 9.5 hour flight from London on that 777, which is 12 years old. So I was about to say, if I make any involuntary noises which sound as though I'm in pain, it's because I took my grandson, or Mrs. Runway DFW, and I took our grandson to go roller skating yesterday. And I put on roller skates for the first time in probably, I don't know, maybe 40 or 50 years. And I was, for the most part, successful, but I did take one tumble. And so I have a few aches and pains. Nothing serious. And my grandson had fun, so all was good. So I think this United, was this a A319? Looks like it's lining up to go now. Chip says, "Why don't you skate on your feet, not on your backside?" Well, I learned that lesson very quickly, Chip. We went to a skating rink where my children had actually skated when they were little, and so I'd been there before, but I didn't remember it, and I was really kind of afraid it was going to be pretty run down and seedy because that's a long time for a skating rink to be around. But no, it was really nice. It was up to date and very colorful. A nice place to hang out. Making the turn there, American Flight 1084 to Los Angeles in Airbus A321. Larry Brown says, "I made a rule for myself many years ago that I never do anything that requires more than shoes on my feet." Those skates are heavy too. I mean, those were like, professional roller skates, rental skates, and they must have weighed like 7 or 8 pounds each. So I felt kind of like Herman Munster plopping around there when I wasn't out on the rink, which was most of the time. I was not on the rink most of the time. Let's see, we got a Frontier flight coming in from Las Vegas, and close behind it, this is their green livery.
On Airlines, over takeoff, 181, American 1081.
Can't remember what it's called, but I'll tell you in a minute. Flight 3978 America's Green Airline livery is what that was on that Airbus A321neo. And let's see, that we're hoping that will get off the runway in time for the next arrival of American Flight 1931 from Phoenix, Arizona. Joseph Clearwater says, have you ever been to Terre Haute, Indiana, and been to Terre Haute Holman Field at the airport, seen the 181st Fighter Wing? They don't have the F-16 no more. I was at the Terre Haute Airport once, and it's kind of it's kind of airline, or, well, it's kind of related to airplanes. It's my recollection, this would have been in the mid to late 1970s. The famous basketball player Larry Bird was the star of the Indiana State University team. And they were coming back from, I guess, a championship run. Maybe it was the Final Four, or maybe they won the NCAA, I can't remember. So I got on a single engine plane with one of our news anchors from my Indianapolis TV station, and we flew to Terre Haute, Indiana, to film the arrival. And when I say film, I can't remember if we had tape then or if it was still film. But and so that was a little side trip. That was my experience in at the Terre Haute Airport. I can't remember much about it, and I don't think I have any video of it. Let me see if I can pronounce Notahiro Castagnon. Good evening from North Richland Hills, Texas, and happy Cinco de Mayo to you. American Flight 1004 from Silao in Mexico is an Airbus A319, and it's going to be checking in just a second or two here on your home for DFW Airport action, Runway DFW. So I guess we've been on the air about an hour now, although we haven't been bringing you airplanes for the full hour due to the rain we had, but fingers crossed, I think we're okay now. Okay, Larry Brown, 1979, Indiana State lost to Michigan State. Bird versus Magic Johnson. Remember watching that classic live. Okay, so I guess they were not victorious then, Indiana State wasn't, but, you know, they got a hero's welcome back in Terre Haute for making it that far. I'm not you probably know by now, I'm not really much of a sports nerd. Well, I'm not a sports nerd at all, so, you know, a real sports guy would have known that. I did not. Coming around the bend, American Flight 364, MAX 8, which is going to San Jose. And that United plane, the 737-700, which is going to Houston Intercontinental. This airplane celebrating its 26th birthday this month. And we have another UPS plane on offer for you pretty soon. It has just been backed out, and it is this Airbus A300. It's going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. A 19-year-old A300. Warming up those engines. Kevin says, Walt, how are you today? And Cathay Pacific is there tonight. Are you saying that, or are you asking me? Well, let me check. I don't know if I'll be here late enough to see it, if it is here. So today's the 5th, Dallas to Hong Kong, scheduled departure at 11:09 for Cathay Pacific, flight number, what is it? I don't see the flight number. But it's an A350-1000. We do know that. Not what you're looking at there, but the Cathay Pacific plane we're talking about. We would like to thank Dustin Jackson for being a 2-year member of Runway DFW. Thank you so much, Dustin. Saying the picture quality looks great tonight, Walt. Well, we're good that it didn't get all messed up by the rain. Thank you so much for your long-term support of Runway DFW. Anthony Guinan with a $5 super chat. Anthony, channel member, says late to the festivities, Monday surprise. Yeah, I did not publish this. I didn't decide to come out here until I think it was this afternoon. And that was based on the fact that I looked at the forecast and it was going to rain for a couple of days. So usually we're here on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I thought, well, if we can't be here on Tuesday or Wednesday, we might as well be out here on Monday. So special arrangements were made to bring you this broadcast. Jeff in Mass 1 says, back in the day, American and Eastern bought the first Airbus A300s, the first U.S. airlines to order Airbus. Well, that's interesting. Of course, no U.S. airlines placed an order for the A380, which probably didn't help its fate. Our friend 757 Chip says Airbus initial A300 airframes had square corners on the doors, resulting in a major stress concentration. So they did a redesign, and I think they retrofitted the original airframes. And honk if you love Runway DFW. Renee Elizalde says, good evening to all from West Texas. Ken Kriegstein says, greetings from Dallas, enjoying the show. Well, we like happy customers here at Runway DFW. blinded by the light. Are those square doors? Can't tell. Well, that United plane that was going to Houston still is waiting to take off. Meanwhile, we've got Alaska flight 909 off to Seattle, 737-800. There's the Alaska aircraft. Oh, I see the American Eagle retro livery there in the background. Broadcasting towers of Cedar Hill are clearly defined tonight. Okay, here is the American Eagle retro livery there, parked at Terminal B. A very nice looking paint job. Loving those stripes. Oh, there goes the UPS A300. Josh Aldrich liking that eaglet and sending Dragon 1, who is the official American Eagle pilot of Runway DFW, says, I've flown that one. Thank you, Joe, for a $20 super chat, who says, thank you, Walt. You're the best at across the board. Love to your family and you. Well, thank you so much, Joe. That's a very nice thing to say, and I certainly do appreciate your contribution to this broadcast. Hey, it's quieted down now. I think we're gonna see here. Got another Martinair in sight. Another Super Cargo Master coming in from Tyler in East Texas. Took off just a little less than an hour ago.
1994.
A 31-year-old Super Cargo Master. Just Clearwater asked, do the small cargo planes have one or two pilots? I'm not an expert on that. I'm going to say one. I think, if you have a certain number of passengers, then you have to have a second pilot. And of course, those are cargo planes. But, Anthony Guinan, channel member, says, does anyone remember Muse Air and Texas International Airlines? And I most certainly do. I don't think I ever flew on Texas International, but I did have a flight or two on Muse Air, which was a competitor to Southwest Airlines here for a time. In fact, Muse Air, named after Lamar Muse, who was once a big wig at Southwest. So he said, oh, I know how to do this, and he established an airline. And I think Southwest bought out Muse Air after maybe a couple of years. Muse Air wasn't around for that long. They did have something that Southwest did not have, as I recall, which was assigned seating, which now, or soon, I think early next year is when Southwest is expected to fire up its assigned seating. Shall we look in on the cargo loading of the big 747 across the way? Chip wants to know, was flying on Muse Air an amusing experience? But it was nice. I liked it. I mean, I would have, had Muse Air remained in business, and had I needed to travel between Texas cities from Love Field, I think I would have chosen Muse Air. They had a nice product. All right, is this United? Oh, we got a United plane, a 737 MAX 8 going to Denver, flight 2655. That's it there. Looking very nice tonight. American Eagle plane coming in there from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Oh, Anthony Guinan notes that Muse Air was also non-smoking. Gosh, yes, are you old enough to remember smoking on aircraft? Oh yes, that was a difference maker for me. Non-smoking, yeah. Now let's see what we've got down parked at terminal number D. There you see the tail of the. Let me make sure I've got my notes right. Yes, that's the Turkish Dreamliner. I don't see the tail of the Cathay Pacific plane there, although that is where we saw it last time we were here at night. That's about the same position we saw where the Cathay plane was parked. So maybe they've got it parked at a different gate tonight. I don't know. C. Docker is asking if United is the launch customer for the 737 MAX 10. Not sure. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. J.R. Melton says, Walt, Muse Air, oh, this is longer than I thought, was established on July 15th, 1981, and it lasted until 1987 in August. I'm kind of surprised at that. And text back, muses, does anyone else hear Rhapsody in Blue when they see the United plane? No, just me. Well, I think that's a kind of a, for those of a certain age, that the name United will bring up memories of that advertising campaign. Hey, that Remember, we're just looking over at the 747 and it had the cargo door open? Well, the cargo door is now no longer open. Not on the radar yet. Let me see if it's got a departure schedule. Show departure board. American. Ah, estimated departure 9:22 for this 747-8 model. It'll be going to Louisville. So fingers crossed it'll take off from over here on the west side. We would love to see that. Chip says, now that I think of it, I recall the Muse airplane sitting at the Douglas plant in Long Beach before delivery. Yeah, they flew, what, DC-9s, I guess? Or MD-11s? Not MD-11s, MD-80s? Kevin wants to know if I heard that Qantas will fly their A380 from Melbourne and Sydney. I only know that it was going to be coming here from Sydney later this summer in August. I didn't hear about Melbourne. We do get Melbourne flights on the Dreamliner, but I didn't know that Qantas was planning any Melbourne flights to here on the A380. So if anybody has anything to add about that, let me know. Our friend Luke, the random spotter, missed those MD-80s/90s. Yeah, I guess the closest we get to that these days is the Delta 717s, which fly in and out here from Dallas Love Field. Delta flies them to Atlanta back and forth, and I guess they remain a staple of Hawaiian Airlines to do inter-island flights. Speaking of Hawaii, if I remember hearing this right, our friend Patrick from Reverse Ops is on the way to DFW from his home base of Hawaii. I saw that he was in LAX over the weekend. So I hope he will have good weather. So check out Patrick on Reverse Ops. Spirit Flight 200 is going to Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A321. I think I just saw another United plane. I don't think I've ever seen this many United planes in one sitting here. Maybe they've had some delays, I'm not sure. Was somebody saying Denver had delays? So the American, or the United plane, which is getting ready to take off, is going to San Francisco. It's a 737-900 model, 10 years old. So let's let that go out of sight. We'll welcome a Delta plane, an Airbus A220. This will be arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah on runway DFW. Robin Hoover, or Hoiver, says, "Isn't Denver the largest airport in the country?" I think by square miles it is, as far as the property it has, but the busiest in the U.S. is Atlanta. And I believe this airport here spread out in front of us is number 2 as far as busiest goes in the U.S. by most accounts. "757 Chip says United diversions from Houston. Lots of storms rolled through central Texas down to the Gulf this afternoon." Oh, the Gulf of Mexico? I think I still call it the Gulf of Mexico. American Eagle 3693 to Bentonville, Arkansas, the home of Walmart. It's off. Well, I should, at this point, just after 9 o'clock Central Time, let you know that you are watching Runway DFW After Dark. My name is Walt. We'll be here with you, I don't know how long. Let's see, it's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, maybe till 11 o'clock. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully the rain will hold off, and we'll bring you more airplane action from one of the busiest airports in the whole world, Dallas-Fort Worth. Thanks for watching Runway DFW After Dark.
Walking in the nighttime.
.757 chip with the acronym for Delta, delivering everything, or delivering everything living through Atlanta. I'd not heard that one before. Chip? Let's see, anything incoming? I'm going to say not at this time. About 4 minutes away, we've got American Flight 550 from Chicago O'Hare, an Airbus A321, right in front of us now. Is an airplane of note. That 747-800, that 747-8 that we talked about. It's getting backed out. It's flight 765 going to Louisville. This plane, among the last that was produced, it's just a 4-year-old plane, dating back to the year 2020. I believe there were at least a handful made after this one was produced, but yeah. Pretty recent vintage. Let's see, are we close enough to peer into the cockpit here?
Set for Envoy 35, 141, line up and wait, 18 left. Alright, line up, wait, 18 left, Envoy 35, 1.
Jeff and Mass 1 with another FYI. Atlas got the very last 747 made. That was, what, in 2023 maybe? I remember when that happened, but I can't remember the date. But, yeah. Well, hopefully these planes will be flying well into the future for us to enjoy, at least in the cargo capacity. Robert Dixon says that's an amazing camera lens to get in that close, and I agree, and that is, we have to thank our Runway DFW sponsor and benefactor, James Webb, for that. Thank you, James Webb. Michael Jennings says, imagine being the guy or gal that flies the Queen of the Skies. Must be incredible. Yeah. That would seem to be the pinnacle of piloting. Now, I hadn't heard this, Chip. I wonder what airframes UPS will retire with the loss of the Amazon contract. I did not know they lost a contract. I know they had gained a U.S. Postal Service contract, UPS did. They snared that away from FedEx, but I hadn't heard about, I don't know what volume of traffic UPS does with Amazon. Dallas Allen says, my dad is in that UPS. Is that right? Is that correct? Well, if so, a big salute to your dad.
Departure on bus 35 for the 1.
That's a pretty cool thing for a dad to do. Well, maybe you can share this video with your dad. Well, we're about to find out where this plane will be headed based upon its next turn here. Mr. 747-400 says, "G'day, g'day." Well, we don't have the right model for you, Mr. 400, but we are glad we can bring you a 747. Kate Taylor says, my friend is on American 1832 landing shortly. Well, keep an eye out for that. Plane not very well illuminated right now. We usually prefer our planes to have more lights.
Golf 8 cross 111, ground 85 on board 42. Cross 18 left from Whiskey Mike, point 85. And then report to the end.
We have spied some emergency vehicles headed out for a mission. And there in the background, I believe, we have Turkish. Flight 192 going to Istanbul. It is a 7879 Dreamliner, and we will watch it take to the skies before the 747, its bigger cousin, takes off.
Visual 189.
So we wish a safe journey to the passengers and crew of that Turkish airliner. It looks like the 747 is lined up to head out next. And so the Queen of the Skies checks out for the jaunt over to the World Port in Louisville. Luke says, heavy bird there. Marina Taylor says, I saw that smoke from the tires. You're probably in a better position to see things than I am. Because I don't think I I could pick that out from my little viewfinder here. This will be American Flight 1434, headed off to Vancouver in Canada, a MAX 8, for your viewing pleasure on Runway DFW, the Monday night edition. American Eagle flight coming in. Rohit Parkal says, Walt, please check your email. I will do that at my next opportunity. Mr. 747400 says it's great to see all the different liveries that you don't see down under. Well, that's why this online plane spotting thing is so cool. I mean, I love watching our great Australian and New Zealand plane spotters to get a look at all those planes we never get to see here. This aircraft, I believe, is Flight 1317 American Airlines. You will see a lot of American Airlines liveries here, that's for sure. This is going to Phoenix. It's an Airbus A321 Neo on Runway DFW. And Raina Taylor reminds us that she is the official equestrian champion on this channel. There's no disputing that, Raina. I always give Walt my updates on how well I do at my horse competitions. I send him pictures and he'll post them. I will. It's very exciting to see Raina in action, and well, you must have a separate room at your house for all the trophies and plaques that you've received over the years, Raina. Let's see what we got here. We got a MAX 8 coming in from McAllen, Texas. American Flight 1245. And that aircraft was acquired by American in December. Mike Cruz lets us know that he had a nice view of the UPS 747 entering the clouds at his residence. Gordon Freeman says, saw some cool new liveries at Incheon Airport with Tim on Sysquad today. I didn't get to see that. I do intend to go back and watch it, because I'll be at Incheon Airport later this year in September. And I think I've figured out where Tim is broadcasting from. I don't know if he's ever revealed it, but on a previous broadcast I did some triangulation and I figured it out. So I hope, with the help of my Korean-speaking son, I can get us into the same location for some good plane spotting at Incheon in September. So did I tell you what that was? Flight 32 from Phoenix, Arizona, an Airbus A321. Ben Rosen says, hello Walt, good evening, how's it going? Some good plane action today? Well, yeah, we just had a 747 take off and a Dreamliner going out to Istanbul. Our camera lens is not quite wide enough to bring you both of these. Well, yeah, you can kind of see the tails. We've got a pair of tri-jets over yonder, and hopefully we'll see at least one of them departing before too long. C. Doctor says, didn't Qantas used to fly to Dallas, or was it Houston? Well, we've got two Qantas destinations currently. Both fly on Dreamliners to Houston and to Melbourne. And Melbourne's not a daily flight. Sydney is, and hopefully we'll see that later this evening on our presentation. Looks like a CRJ coming in from Midland, Texas. American Eagle Flight 4967. I'm not real happy with our scanner tonight. Check the antennas. The antenna kind of fell over in under our rain protective regime. That doesn't seem to be much help. If you're tuning in late, we did have some rain here today. I guess you can kind of see a little dampness on the concrete there. Got another CRJ coming in from Killeen in Texas. Where is it? There it is. FedEx is landing. Now we have seen this flight on a number of occasions. FedEx has just landed, or just landing now on runway 13 right, which we can't see from here. A 757 coming in from Alliance Airport in Fort Worth, where it took off 8 minutes ago. And now it's landed over here, and this is apparently a regular flight now, or at least we've seen this, I think, at least 3 times, maybe 4 now. So it comes over from Alliance, where FedEx does have a depot. Comes over here, and it will taxi over to the FedEx depot at DFW, all the way on the northeast side of the air facility. Let's see if we can see it emerge. See a little bit of it. I like to see FedEx planes. We don't really see too many FedEx planes over here on the on the west side. Kevin says you got a FedEx MD-11 in 12 minutes. We thank Alex Workman, who has now added his name to the list of subscribers. Speaking of which, I was looking it up. We're just shy of our 25. I don't like to make a big deal of this, but we're just shy of our 25,000th subscriber, which puts us a quarter of the way to one of those YouTube plaques. So it'll be very exciting when that happens. Looks like we're about 8 subscribers away. So will you be the 25,000th? I don't know. No prizes or anything. It's just be something to feather in your cap, maybe. Now, Ryan Paulding says, "What? Wow, very short flight." We're talking about that FedEx flight, and I'm looking for it right now. I'm hoping we'll be able to see it. It should be coming into. Oh, there it is, right there, even as we speak. So that's definitely a 20th century plane, 36 years old as of this month. And we're talking about that FedEx 757 way down there. I think it'll come up and cross the bridge on the north side, I think. There's a new subscriber, Michael Darter, if I read that correctly. Let's see, AP says Qantas will use your A380s daily beginning in January 2026. Yeah, well, at least between here and Sydney, it was my understanding that the initial service on the A380 would not be daily, but it would be several times a week. Ben Rosen, channel member, says, "Walt, I can say DFW is one of my favorite airports. There's just something special about it." Well, it is, you know, we've got a lot of activity here. That's for sure. Got another UPS aircraft pulling out at this time. Oh, but we got a FedEx MD-11 coming in over on this side. What? Hold on. Holdeth oneth. This is a rare sight. A proud bird with the purple tail. Yes, that is indeed a rare sight over on the west side. FedEx MD-11 being photobombed by a UPS A300. The FedEx plane coming to us from San Antonio, Texas. So we get a little tighter on there. A 32-year-old tri-jet, be 33 years old next month. So a little bonus for us tonight. Rainy Taylor says the year I was born, 1989. C Doctor says MD-11s never get old, as it is surrounded by the towers of Cedar Hill. Those towers, by the way, are about 25 miles away from us. Random spotter? Maybe we'll consider this as a thumbnail. Although I don't like to be deceptive, because we really don't see this very often here on the west side. And that was pretty cool to see. Especially since FedEx lights up their tails, which UPS does not. So it's a little extra special splash of engine number 2 that we get from FedEx. Joseph says this is so addictive. Since I was 8 years old, my dad used to take me to the San Juan airport to spot planes. Today I'm 50 plus years old, watching now through this great channel. Thank you, Joseph. Ben is asking, and I'm not posting it here on the screen right now because I don't want to clutter up this shot, but says, is Terminal F necessary? Oh, I think it is. I mean, we've seen a lot of cases here recently where planes are just parked waiting for a gate. And, you know, some of that might have to do with delays or, aircraft that have to be held at the gate to make required connections. But, I'm convinced that more gates is a good thing for this airport. We lose the... where'd our FedEx plane go? Oh, there it is. No, that's the FedEx. That's the FedEx 757. That one is. Oh, there's the two planes. There's the MD. So it's going to go over looks like it's going to go over the south, one of the south bridges over to the east side. It's got a ways to go before it gets to the UPS headquarters over there. Well, this is as zoomed in as we can get. Game Boy Lyric FedEx MD-11 rear west arrival. So it's probably got at least another 10 or 12 minutes, maybe more, before it gets to unload cargo. And as we watch that MD-11 turn and leave our field of vision, don't despair. Because we've got this. This is UPS Flight 767. It is going to the World Port in Louisville. And this is one of your newer MD-11s, because we don't have a musical salute for this one. This comes to us from the year 2000. So greetings to our flight crew. We don't wave at, we don't try to solicit waves from the cockpit crew. Just let them go about their business. Kind of going behind a wall there, as you can see, as it gets pushed back. Oh, lights out.
Cross 1 left at golf 8, pointing 5 on board 3.
So this MD-11 has one of those pointy engine tails, or the engines with a little point at the end of it. There are other MD-11s that don't have the point. Now, I'm not an engine expert, so I don't know which one is which, or who manufactures which one, but you will notice that I guess the later production ones have that little sharp point at the end. C. Docker says, I think Northwest Airlines and Continental had the best MD-11s. KLM was the last passenger revenue service of the type. Ben Rosen says, Walt, it was good tuning in. I got finals tomorrow. Take care and have a good night. Ben Rosen, good luck on your final exams. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to get us. Uh-oh. Now make another left turn here. Left, left, left. Well, I spoke too soon. It is destined, based upon this trajectory, for an east side takeoff, to which I say, wah. It's just not fair. I agree, Luke. Naughty tri-jet. Naughty tri-jet. Okay, so Your Queen Is Mine says that aircraft we just saw has GE CF6 engines. GE CF6. They bring good things to life. So let's see, is this going to get clearance to go across before no, it looks like it's going to have to stop, I think, before we get a Frontier bird taking off on 18 left. Frontier Flight 2631 to Denver, an Airbus A321neo, about to pass in front of this tri-jet. And so the tri-jet continues its trek over to the east side of the airfield. So it makes sense to go over to the east side to take off because you know, the planes from over there kind of vector to the east, and that's where the general direction of Louisville. Nonetheless, we sure would have liked to bring you the takeoff of this plane from this side of the airfield. Now I think it's going to kind of fool us here. It looks like it's going to take off, but I think it's just turning, making kind of a jog to get over to the ramp to go over the bridge. Raina Taylor, who I believe is on vacation in Florida, says, hello, okay everyone, I'm going to leave now. It's been a pleasure being here and talking to everyone. I'll give you all updates on how my horse riding goes and my competitions. Have a great day. Thank you, Raina. Have a great vacation. So we're going to try to keep an eyeball on this plane so that when it does take off, we can at least watch it lift off into the night sky. Is that a deal? So let's see, want to get up, go ahead, says MD-11 tail engines are GE. Depending on delivery date, upgrade dictates. Is there a cone for better aerodynamics at that point on the craft, coupled with the APU exhaust? That all makes perfect sense. Thank you for that explanation. Brave Kumquat says kind of the same thing. Mike Reef says, I really miss the big jets that used to come into my hometown airport, Fort Wayne here in Indiana. Yeah, we do get Fort Wayne service between here and between DFW and Fort Wayne, but I think it's American Eagle is handling that product, or that route, I should say. Well, let's see. This looks like an Airbus A319, does it not? It is taking its passengers to Querétaro in Mexico. Flight 2071. So I'm guessing a flight like this would spend the night in Querétaro and then come back sometime tomorrow. That Colin guy, channel member, says, good evening, Walt mods and fellow chat folk. Happy to see you here. Points Traveler says, Walt, when are you booking your next flight on Cathay Pacific? Well, you know, I've thought, how can I get on that flight? I am going to Seoul in September, but that will be from my origination point for that flight will be Los Angeles. So my hope is that I can catch a Korean Air 747 passenger plane to go to Seoul, because I've never been on a 747 before. But then on my way back, I guess I have an option. I could go from Seoul to Hong Kong and then to Dallas. And let's see, Cathay, could I use Advantage miles on that? I don't know. And from down under, the Peacock A380 says, good evening to you, Walt, Luke, and fellow viewers. Hello to you down under. We have a special livery here. This is the U.S. Airways American Airlines livery. We saw that on Saturday, I believe. Keeping an eye on the east side for the takeoff of the MD-11. It looks like it's third or fourth, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, could be fifth in line to take off, so we'll keep an eye on that. Points Traveler says Cathay is One World, so yes, you can use AA miles. The question is, I don't know if you can use them on a trip that, you know, if your final destination is somewhere that American flies that same route. I'll have to check into that, but thank you for that information. Yeah, I thought they were One World. Points Travel says Hong Kong is a great city. Flew Cathay last November there from LAX in premium economy. Worth the upgrade. Yeah, as I've discussed here before, on long journeys where I cannot afford or I can't get into premium economy or business, I'm gonna, well, even if premium economy, I'm gonna be an aisle person from now on those long flights. Because I did it both ways last year when I went to Korea from Los Angeles on a Korean Air A380. And Korean Air does have good leg room for standard economy seats. Nothing to complain about there, but I don't know, I just felt I wanted to get up more often than I was able to, or I didn't want to burden my fellow passengers with me getting in their way. So TC says I'm flying Cathay Flight 875 from DFW to Hong Kong on July 5th. Well, you'll have to report back with your experience. We look forward to that. AP says, totally agree with you. Aisle on a long flight. The first time I went to Korea, America was having some crazy special deal on Advantage miles. And I flew round trip to Seoul first class. I think it was first class, not business. I think it was first class. And I kind of got spoiled by that. Truth be told. But last time I flew economy to Seoul from LAX on the Korean Air A380, and then coming back, it was on an American Dreamliner, which I'd never flown on before. It was a nice ride. But again, window seat, economy. I don't think I had premium economy. I can't remember. I don't think I did. C. Docker says, I'll seat all day for long-haul flight unless you sit next to someone who has to frequently go to the lab. You know, I wouldn't mind that. I would get up because I just look forward to getting up out of my seat. So we're now, I think we're about to see the taking off of UPS flight 767, which is not a 767, but is an MD-11. I know, confusing. So we will reconfigure our shot to hopefully get you a look at this plane lifting off into the night sky. Let's see, it's just after 10 o'clock here on Runway DFW. Just a quick reminder, you're watching Runway DFW After Dark on this Cinco de Mayo 2025. Muy buenas noches desde DFW Airport. Yeah, I know, I'm not that great. Okay, the MD-11 767 is lined up to take off. I'm going to switch over to this camera. Who's that? That's what that was. Okay, so let's see, is it moving on the flight radar yet? I'm always amazed at flight radar. You would think there'd be like a big delay, or at least, you know, somewhat of a delay before you see a plane moving and the time you actually see it in person. But really, there's almost no difference in time. It's almost immediate. Okay, so we know that the MD-11s go up kind of rapidly in the sky. In fact, I can hear it taking off.
Alright, the depart clear, 6 on 1, 8 left, American 30, 31. Road 64, 72, to runway 160. That's what I meant.
This 21st century MD-11 vectors off for its flight to Louisville, the UPS World Port. C. Docker says, does Aeromexico and Volaris fly frequently to Dallas? Used to see them a lot when I stayed in San Diego. Yes, well, I haven't seen any of those aircraft tonight, but they do fly here, both those airlines. Saw an interesting story today, and I don't have it, I didn't save it, so it's handy to me, but it was something to the effect that Frontier is going to stop flying on, what was it, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, or Tuesday and Wednesday. They're going to stop flying on multiple days of the week to, I guess, save money? I'm not sure. The plane you see there, Flight 4069 to Denver, an Airbus A320neo with Marshall the ring-tailed cat upon its tail. Get a better look at Marshall as the plane makes the turn on 18 left for takeoff. So, I don't know. Well, of course, Frontier doesn't fly to every one of its destinations daily, but those it does. You think that would have to be a big decision maker for passengers to not have a choice of dates, especially for business flyers. Although I guess Frontier maybe caters more towards the casual travel segment. I see the cargo doors on the other MD-11 over at UPS have been closed. So let's see. There's Marshall, the ring-tailed cat. Pretty good look at him. Ryan, as my understanding, it was the whole network that of Frontier that was going to be closing down for several days, several weekdays. Starting to hear a few frogs in the background. We had a whole frog concerto going when we were here last Thursday night. Another Frontier flight. This one going to Las Vegas, Airbus A321neo with America's Green Airline livery on it. We saw that one come in a bit ago. As a CRJ American Eagle flight arrives. Let's see, Woot Doctor puts up the METAR. There it is, decoding that. 59 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 degrees Celsius. Wind at 4 knots, 5 miles an hour. Ceiling is 10,000 feet. So in this hour, did we do a little ID? Well, at any rate, you're watching Runway DFW After Dark live on this Cinco de Mayo, 2025. Glad you could hang out with us on this Monday. We're having fun. An American jet coming in without any tail illumination. And that will have been American Flight 1158 coming in from Washington Reagan National Airport, 737-800. Richard Hamby, channel member, says, "Hi Walt, thanks for staying up a while so I can get a little plane and frog noise." Yeah, not too much in the way of frog noise yet tonight. Turn it up a little bit. So anyway, in this hour, let's see what's ahead. As far as departures, we've got at in about 10 minutes we should be seeing a 767 UPS taking off for Louisville. So there's that to look forward to. We've got this MD-11, which is now buttoned up. Well, no, looks like, is that the cockpit door still open? Can't tell. Do I even see this on the schedule? I don't. So I don't know, maybe it's not going out tonight. But coming up, in about 30 minutes, a DHL 767 off to Cincinnati. And it looks like we're going to have to wait until just after 11 o'clock to see Qantas Flight 8 taking off for Sydney. And have to wait till 11:16 to see the A350-1000 Qatar Airways flight going to Doha. And where is Cathay? Cathay now estimated to depart on another A350-1000 to Hong Kong in a little less than an hour from now. So we're gonna do our best to hang out for those cool flights. I don't know, we may not get any action with this one. James Webb, the official channel sponsor of Runway DFW, is checking in. Hello James, and thank you so very much for another $200 super chat. That's pretty nice. Thank you so much, James. And that comes as we're just, oh, you know what? We've just hit it. I should play some celebratory music. Which I'm looking for right now. Here we go. Well, there's our celebratory music, because Runway DFW has now just passed the 24,500 subscriber level. We're not quite at 25,000 yet, but we're getting there. So thanks to all of our subscribers, thanks to all of our viewers, thanks to our members, and especially big thanks to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation. And of course, thanks to James Webb. So Backwoods says, we will watch anything. So much better than politics or other negative stuff. Hope everyone has a great night. Thank you, Backwoods. Yeah, this is kind of a break from other stuff. So so glad to have you with us as a part of our broadcast this evening. Fabian Palomo says, hello, Fabian. And Backwood says, I meant that respectfully, and I took it that way, really. I mean, yeah, I think people are kind of ready for something other than gloom and doom, and so, you know, watching planes is pretty cool to see. And speaking of planes, this is flight 793. It's a 767 going to Louisville, the UPS Worldport. Is this a new or an old plane? Well, this is relatively new, just 5 years old. We welcome channel member and one of our original members of the channel, Vince Las Vegas. Good evening, Walton friends, from a cool and rainy Las Vegas. It rains in Las Vegas? What? Not cool for long, though, I trust. I remember when on one of the visits that Mrs. Runway DFW and I made to Las Vegas, we went to the Hoover Dam, and I think on that day it was about 127 degrees in the shade. And it was a little much for her. It was, you know, I could kind of take it, but yeah, it was very hot. And O'Malley says, meanwhile, in Seattle, I have to start watering stuff soon or it'll die. What? In Seattle? I thought it like rains all the time in Seattle. Everything is topsy-turvy. Thank you, Ryan. 10man3880 says, good evening, friends. Saw DFW had some interesting plane routing this morning when the storms rolled through. Yeah, I was at work at my full-time job. I wasn't really paying that much attention to it, but I imagine that was the case. Your Queen is Mine says, miss flying on a 767, been some time. Well, I guess you can still fly that aircraft type on United and Delta in this country, but not from DFW Airport, regrettably. Fabian Palomo says, greetings from Santiago de Chile. And Charlene says, reflecting back on that trip to Hoover Dam, my preview to what hell will be like. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. Root Doctor says, or asks, you videoed the last BA A380 from DFW a few weeks ago. Any other memorable firsts or lasts you have seen? Well, I mean, I've mentioned this before. The first time I saw an Antonov AN-124, it was a total surprise. I had no idea it was even at the airport. And that is, for those of you who don't know, it's a big Soviet-era cargo jet, one of the biggest cargo jets there is. And the camera was actually, it was coming in this direction, the direction I'm pointing the camera in now, from the cargo area here on the west side, and I was just blown away seeing that in person. And I've seen, I think, twice now here. Oh, it's come here on other occasions, but I've only seen it twice. The Antonov AN-124. But it's documented here on Runway DFW if you want to check it out on our channel. I think this plane is being illuminated by headlights from cars parked at Founders Plaza. And of course, it was pretty cool for me to see the A380 come back here. British Airways brought that plane back after the pandemic, and I don't know if I'd ever seen it before in person. And that was a pretty festive day here at Founders Plaza when BA brought the A380 back, and I'm assuming it'll be a pretty festive day when Qantas launches its A380 flights into this airport coming up in August. There's only one plane left at UPS now, and that's the the MD-11. All the others have blasted off. Wood Doctor says, I've seen pictures of an Antonov 124. It must be loud. I'll have to check out the video. It's loud and it's also smoky. It's, you know, they've got Russian engines. Although it's built in Ukraine, but I think, I don't know if that one we saw was built in Ukraine after it became independent from the USSR or not. Can't remember how old that one was that I saw. There goes American Flight 972 to Austin, Texas, 737-800. We've got coming in American Flight 1711, which is winging its way from San Francisco. It'll be a 737-800 coming in next. We'll take a look at that before we watch this 757 take off. I think. Here we are at Founders Plaza. Having great fun tonight on this Monday. This unexpected, I didn't expect to be with you tonight, this morning. The flight from San Francisco. Visitors. All right, we got us a 767 making the turn to go to Louisville.
RNF, park clear for takeoff, 18 left. Yes, 792.
Wheels up for Louisville. Let's see if we got here. It's United 737-700 coming in from Houston Intercontinental Airport.
Good day, yes, 792.
Did I lose it? No, there it is. Because I did want to give it a little salute.
1998.
A 20th century plane, 26 years old, coming in from the big airport in Houston. More AN-124 talk. Douglas Thompson says the AN-124 was a Soviet-era build And the CCCP didn't give short shrift to airport noise concerns. If you think it was smoky, AN-12s were worse. Yes, we've seen some of those here. Those are propeller planes, and those they leave a trail. That's for sure. The Peacock A380 says only 97 days to go until the Qantas A380 returns to Dallas-Fort Worth. Thank you for that update. We should have a countdown clock, shouldn't we? Now, somebody was saying earlier that when Qantas gets all of its A380s back in service, that they're going to fly here with the A380 from Melbourne too. Have you heard that, the Peacock A380? Because that was not my understanding, but you know, what do I know? How's about some mustard and ketchup? That's what we should be seeing here on ABX Flight 102 off to Cincinnati.
$19.94.
Another 20th century 767. That's probably my favorite cargo livery there. This plane typically is directed over to the east side for takeoff, but we have seen it pull across and then just make a right-hand turn and take off on 18 left. So we'll see what happens with that. Ryan Paulding says there's a FedEx headed this way. Another one? Keep an eye on that. Yeah, if you weren't here earlier, we did see a very rare, for us anyway, arrival of a FedEx MD-11 here on the west side of DFW Airport. That was exciting to see. It's kind of quiet around this time of night. We're going to have some big international flights coming up around the top of the hour. So, you know, just leave us on in the background if you need to, and we'll try to alert you when those things happen. Try to make up for some of our rain delay earlier tonight. FedEx. Okay. Now that is interesting. hardly ever see a FedEx plane taking off from the west side. At least I don't. So what can I tell you about this plane? Well, first of all, let me see if I can keep it in our sights. There it is. It's going to Oakland, California. 767-300 freighter. A 2-year-old plane. So one of your more newish 767s. And now, oh wow, looks like we're gonna get to see the old ketchup and mustard take off over here. Good, good, good. Prior to that, you see a Spirit tail there in the background. Flight 190, it is going to Los Angeles, an Airbus A321. Talking about the Spirit. So you have a lot of yellow and a lot of shades of yellow in that shot. The DHL yellow is kind of more mustardy, I would say. There goes American Flight 1092 to El Paso. We're going to keep our eye on this DHL, however. Man 3880 says, I recall discussion of future DFW expansion and a possible 8th runway. I wonder if the 8th would be parallel to 13 right, 31 left. You know, I haven't heard anything about that. So I don't know what to tell you. There it is in all of its glory. Posing for its beauty shot.
102. And our numbers are
And that old bird once again headed to Cincinnati. Well, it's gotten kind of quiet here. Ryan Paulding says, LOL, now I'm craving a hot dog with ketchup and mustard. We had hot dogs at Portillo's after roller skating yesterday. Me and grandson and Mrs. Runway DFW. Grandson just wanted ketchup on his. Didn't have all the Portillo's fixins. Your Queen is Mine says, nice view. Nice to see the lower beacon reflecting on the underside of the engines. Well, that's all down to these just really incredible cameras that we have. And credit for that goes to our channel sponsor, James Webb. These are Sony cameras, which are really light sensitive, and as I've pointed out many times before, they can see things in the dark that I can't see. American Flight 788 is going to Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It's an Airbus A319. Now, I tried to do night shows from here using our camcorders, which work great in the daytime. We have Panasonic camcorders that they're just terrific in the daytime, but not so much at night. They don't have the sensors. Viva Aerobus is there. Oh, this is special livery.
Line up to wait 18 left on Boeing 3344.
I don't know what it is, though. Can you read that? I can't. Well, anyway, it's going to Silao, which I think is a new route from here for Viva Aerobus, or a recently added route. It's an Airbus A320. Peacock A380, thank you for those kind words. I always feel like I can do better with camera work, but so I'm not gonna stop trying. But the fact that we have some quality cameras does help a lot. American Eagle 3344 to Harlingen, Texas, and Embraer 175 is what you are looking at there, with the skyline of Dallas, Texas in the background, and the East Tower in the center of the shot. American Eagle 6496 from Santa Fe is about to enter our view. Santa Fe, New Mexico. CRJ 701ER was that. Daryl P says that that special livery we saw was UANL Los Tigres. Daryl P. clarifying that's a soccer team in Monterey for that special livery. So thank you for that information. As we continue our late night cavalcade. So we are working, we're not working, well, we're kind of working. We were waiting for some big planes to come at us. One of them will be Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney, 7879 Dreamliner, and it is now on the radar. We can't see it yet because it's on the other side of, it's on the side of Terminal D we cannot see. And I don't see it moving yet, at least as far as flight radar goes, but it is lit up on the radar, and it's Flight 8 is scheduled to depart 10 minutes ago, so it's running a little bit late. But when we do see it, it's a 4-year-old 7879 Dreamliner, the Flying Roo headed back to home turf. Michael Jennings headed to Sleepyland. Take care, everyone, and thank you for a great stream. To me, he says, thank you so much. Adam Willis says, hi there, mate. Just came across this live stream. Must say it's superb. What a way to spend an afternoon here in Melbourne. Well, happy Tuesday afternoon to you. And if you can hang out with us for a little bit, we're going to see one of your Qantas planes go out, not to Melbourne, but to Sydney. And we should be seeing that shortly. And of course, a lot of great plane spotters online in Australia. Sid Squad, of course. Julia Flights. At least a couple others whose names are not resonating in my brain right now. But and the nice thing about that is that, you know, we're all on different times. Prime time in Sydney or Melbourne is not prime time for us, so you can pretty much watch live plane spotting now here on YouTube about 24 hours a day, I would guess. Well, you can for sure from our friend Kevin at Airline Videos Live, who's got 2 automated live streams 24 hours a day. And I think it was me who dubbed them kind of like the water cooler for Av Geeks, because it chats up 24/7, and if you just want to get the sights and sounds of an airport, there you go. And in fact, we'll be switching you over. I think you do have to click, but we'll be recommending that you go check out one of those LAX streams that Kevin has on Airline Videos. I think he said he's going to be doing some testing tomorrow night. Kevin is on Airline Videos to test out his newest toy, a what is it? A Starlink satellite terminal. How about we look at American Flight 633 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, being Airbus Airbus A321 Neo. Going out there into the sky, American Eagle Flight 3569 to where is that going to? Killeen, Texas. Karen Glenn says there's also Kevin at Wellington Flights in New Zealand. That is for sure. Kevin's a good friend of this channel, and we like to reciprocate that. Quite an entertaining chap, and he was actually a guest on this program once by remote control. We had him on remote hookup. We had a brief chat. That was, I can't remember how long ago that was. But that was fun. I think it's the only time we've ever done that. As we welcome a new subscriber. I can't read it on my little tiny screen here, but welcome to you. Got an American flight coming in from Miami. Let's zoom out. Watch that coming in. Miami, of course, another American Airlines hub. Kind of the gateway to the Caribbean and some South American ports of call. Flight number 2115, a 737-800. Meanwhile, we weren't sure that we were going to see this tonight, but now we can confirm we are. It is Flight 753, an MD-11. UPS going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. And the departure of this flight is clearing out the entire UPS terminal over here.
1991.
And it is a 33-year-old plane, which will be 34 years old in September. And for those of you who were here earlier, we pointed out that the tail engine, number 2 engine, had a pointy thing sticking out of it, kind of a sharp point. This one does not. So this has the other type of engine, I guess earlier model. So your Queen is Mine says Walt Pratt & Whitney 4000s on this one. So thank you for that information. So the other one, the pointy one, was a GE engine, and this one is a Pratt & Whitney. Okay. Got it. Will I remember that next time? I probably won't. Well, we got an endorsement for Kevin of Wellington Flights Live from the Peacock A380. Kevin's a terrific guy. Had the pleasure of meeting him earlier this year at the Sydney Spot Fest weekend. And I've never had the pleasure of meeting Kevin from Wellington Flights Live in person, but I definitely am looking forward to the day that we can exchange handshakes and say hello to one another in person. In O'Malley, 3 is greater than 4, yes. Talking about 3 engines, that is our equation here at Runway DFW. Banana says, well, we got some other plane spotters. Melbourne Flyer in Melbourne, In Plain Sight in Adelaide, Only Planes Network in Brisbane. And we should have mentioned them because Only Planes Network is a subscriber to this channel. Oh, we got a little smoke coming out there. So yes, the Aussies have it covered as far as plane spotting, and lots of great stuff to see. And some pretty good spotting locations as well. Was this plane made in the Soviet Union? Definitely got some exhaust coming out of there. Meanwhile, Morgan McNeely lets us know that a Qatar A350-1000 is pushing back. Thank you. Brady Freeman, are you going to be waiting for Cathay tonight? I'm going to try. So yes, we've got the Qantas on the radar. We've got the Qatar on the radar. And we will wait for the Cathay. Peacock A380 says James and Matt from Only Planes Network are lovely too. Yeah, we need to. I need to get to one of those. I'm assuming there'll be another meetup in Australia next year. Maybe I can do that. I don't know.
On empty car, going left with big officer, 414.
Tracy Landers watching from New Zealand. First time for me. Well, welcome. Welcome to you. And I am.
1 left, line up and wait, American 1607.
You have a great plane spotter there in your country. In Kevin Eagles. So once again, this aircraft is going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. There's the West Tower at DFW there in the background. And this again is the departure of this plane is going to leave the UPS facility empty of any aircraft. Only temporarily though. There'll be more coming in overnight.
ground clear for takeoff 111, American 3328. Switch to departure. 2390 will be ready for you.
So I thought I would favor you with a narration-free MD-11 sequence there. Felix, you loves that MD-11 rocket takeoff. Tyler Forster says, "Oh my goodness, I'm late. Hello from Calgary, everyone. Hello." OMGTR says, "Nice rocket launch." The Peacock A380 spells out the letters of amazing. Seth says, "Hey Walt, you should be so proud of all the work and dedication you put into this channel. We appreciate all you do to bring aviation to us." Thank you, Seth. Rolando says, "Good evening all from Florida." Josh Elkins, hello from Huntsville, Alabama. Morgan McNeely says, "Qatar on the move, Qantas pushing back." So we've got some more of that big, wide body jet action for you coming up pretty soon. Ryan Paulding says, "Walt, didn't you visit the ATC Tower? Is that visit on the channel?" We visited both. Well, I was invited by one of the managers to visit both the east and the west DFW towers on different days. I was not allowed to record in the tower itself. However, on visiting this is the west tower you're looking at. Visiting this tower, they did let me out on a little parapet, which is just under the glassed-in control room at the top of the tower, just underneath that red radar there. And I couldn't do live, but I did have my phone, and I just did a short sequence there. You know what? I don't know if I've ever posted that separately. I did play it back on camera the day that we were the day that we were there. It was a Saturday, So I did edit that down and play it back, just a short sequence. But I don't think I've ever broken that out as a separate thing. So maybe that's a good idea. Maybe I'll break that out. It wasn't too much, just kind of general views from up top there, but couldn't bring you the interior of the control center. So that's the west tower there. There's the east tower there. It's twin.
1 left on the way, American 3091.
Got Frontier coming in from Denver, flight 2632. Didn't get a look at its tail there, I don't think. But so what did we miss? We missed Betty the Bluebird on the back of that plane. So I see Qantas on the move. Where is Qatar? Well, first,
RW Parker, my 1 left, pick up, American 3091. Alright, line up and wait, 18 left, American 20.
I'm having problems finding Qantas here. I shouldn't, because it's a pretty distinctive aircraft livery. For some reason, I'm not finding it. Oh, I know, because it hasn't come out from behind Terminal D. So momentarily we should see the Flying Roo making its way out. Sarah Deal checking in. Oh, there's that plane. Qantas Flight 8 off to Sydney, 7879 Dreamliner. This plane is 4 years old. Oh, Qatar. It's right over there. So this is one of the planes we featured in our thumbnail today. I don't know if it's this exact plane. This is Qatar Flight 732 to Doha, an A350-1000, a 6-year-old plane. There's our thumbnail today. It was kind of in the background of the Cathay Pacific plane we saw. That would have been last Thursday. So this plane about to embark on quite a journey, almost 8,000 miles, almost 14 hours on average from here to there in Doha. Morgan McNeely says there's a FedEx MD-11 taxiing. I would suspect that's over on the east side of the airport. Yes, it's going to San Antonio. No. It came in from San Antonio, if I'm reading this right. Well, it's weird. It says it arrived an hour and 42 minutes ago from San Antonio. Don't make sense. That's the plane we saw. That's the MD-11, the FedEx MD-11 we saw come in over here. It's, but it is taxiing out now from UPS. I guess maybe it didn't reset. It hasn't reset its parameters, or I don't know. Maybe Flight Radar 24's got it wrong. So we are lucky. Felix Yu saying that Qatar going to runway 18 left, which it is poised to take off from. Did I see Sarah Deal in there? Hello, Sarah Deal. So it looks like the FedEx MD-11 is going to be taking off from runway 17 right, it looks like. So, depending on how these planes go, we'll see if we can catch that as it goes up into the sky. Well, the MD-11 is getting ready to lift off. What are we going to do? Okay, quick shot of the MD-11 as it heads off. And then we will tilt down here to get the Qatar A350-1000 off to Doha. And then we'll see Qantas, and then we hope to bring you the Cathay Pacific launch back to Hong Kong. So lots of good stuff happening here late at night on Runway DFW. Or if you're in Australia or New Zealand on Tuesday afternoon. American Flight 1768 to Phoenix, Arizona is right there. An Airbus A321. And I do believe we have the Qantas plane right there. Aimed right at us. Qantas Flight 8. Morgan McNeely says, so many great planes at once. Indeed. And Don Ridgway says, Cathay is now pushing back. So, wow, it's 11:21. I didn't realize it was so late. Things, when you're having fun, you know what they say. So the Cathay Pacific is in another A350-1000, just as that Qatar plane was.
RNSB Park, take 28 left, American 350. Electric flight 1475, Victor 1. Departure 1768, man. Departure 3, just again. Heading short, bumping on a 0, expect go from runway 1 and left, on a bit. That was blocked for 1720. Full short run left, go 20. Sounds good, I Alright, cross, 1 left, which is my down, 1285 American 79. Alright, cross line left with my ground on the other side, my 1465.
Happy flying back to Sydney.
18 left, line up, wait, everything, 2187.
Starting out on a 8,500 mile flight, averaging 16 and a half hours. Yikes. All right, so now we can see If we look very carefully, we can see the tail of the Cathay Pacific A350 1000. Coming out from behind Terminal D, headed our way. Adam Mack is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Adam. The Peacock A3A saying it's a short flight from here to Sydney. Well, I guess if you're used to that kind of stuff. I'm sure Tate is. Ryan Paulding loves the A350s. Yeah, they're a nice looking airplane. And Felix notes that A380 will be flying this Sydney route in January 26. Well, I think before that is my understanding. In August will be when that occurs. So we're kind of winding things down now here at Runway DFW. I think our last flight out our last plane to watch will be the flight to Hong Kong. Just a reminder that Chat Extravaganza will follow this broadcast. And what is Chat Extravaganza? Well, it's really it's really just us packing up. And we play some music, and that's it. You chat amongst yourselves. So if you're in the mood for that, Chat Extravaganza will be your bag. Have I lost track of the... Oh, there it is. I was looking at a Frontier plane. I have a very small monitor here, so... O'Malley says yesterday's Qantas Flight 8 was 16 hours and 21 minutes in duration. Thank you, O'Malley. O'Malley, one of our tremendously talented moderators of this channel. How do we wind up with such great mods? I don't know. Very lucky. So there are planes coming and going as we watch this. Our next incoming flight, Frontier Flight 4066 from Seattle with Watson, the key deer. We've seen Watson recently, I do believe. Might have seen Watson on Saturday. Mrs. Runway DFW is a friend of deer. She, every evening, she runs out to the backyard, deposits some deer feed And we see usually between 10 and sometimes 20 or more deer from the neighborhood come on in and lap up the food. Now, it's not that they don't have plenty of grass to eat, those deer, but they do seem to like the special feed that has extra protein.
Okay, cross 111 Golf B, Foxtrot, and then Alpha D with the 300 flight.
Ryan Paulding says everything's great here on Runway DFW. Well, I totally agree with the mods and the sponsor. Zoom out just a little, see a 737 coming in from Houston Intercontinental Airport. American Flight 2438. So, of course, this flight from Hong Kong, or to Hong Kong, was only reestablished, what, a week ago Thursday, I think it was? It's been just flying for a couple of weeks on this route. Another banana bird there.
Good day, American 1761.
Just for the record, that Spirit plane off to Las Vegas, where Texas Girl is headed to in a day or two. She said she'd never been to Las Vegas. The route to Hong Kong, 8,123 miles, it says here, at least as far as the Great Circle distance goes. And we know that from looking at its past flights, it does, a Great Circle route would, I think, take it from to and from Hong Kong over North Korea and over Russian territory, and it seems to fly a route which does not go over those borders.
Echo Alpha, Zero 1 left, West 4895. Departure, good night, have 875.
Well, folks, after a rather damp beginning to our presentation tonight, I think it's all turned out quite well, I think. Lots to see, lots to talk about, and we are so glad that you could join us tonight. So we're going to bring you Chat Extravaganza in just a moment here. First of all, I'd like to thank our channel sponsor, James Webb. Need some music. Where's our music? There we go. I'd like to thank James Webb, our channel sponsor. We'd like to thank our great Runway DFW Moderation Federation for everything that they do to make this operation run smoothly. A lot more smoothly than I could do it myself. Thank you to all of our channel members. Thank you to all of our subscribers. And our subscription list has now topped off at 24,528. So less than 500 to go till 25,000. Woohoo! So thanks to you for that. We'll be back later this week. I don't know if we'll be back on Thursday or Friday. Depends on the weather, but we'll see you soon on Runway DFW. Keep those notification bells cranked up. And what else do I have to say? I'm running out of things to say. Happy contrails to you. Until we meet again on Runway DFW After Dark. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much, Bill Platt, for the $5 super chat. Starbucks aren't open this late here, though. But don't worry, it'll get used.
joys for continuous favorites. You hear nothing but the best.
left, Alarm 18 left, clear for takeoff, America 29 Aviation.
forgot this microphone was on when I put this on my head. I had turned this mic up because I had unplugged our other mic, which gives you the natural sounds of the airport. But yeah, we're about done here.
Solid Gold Radio.
So we'll end it on this upbeat tune. Thanks for watching again. We'll be back soon with you from Runway DFW. Thank you for being up with us late or early or whatever time it is for you, and we'll be back. Did I say we'll be back? I'm getting loopy now. It's one of those times. I better shut up before I start talking gibberish. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again soon on Runway DFW.
And promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.